So this is going to be a Phase Plant 2.0 stream. I prepared a loop, and I'm going to dive into all the new functions. I spent all day playing with Phase Plant 2 and wrote several things with it. This is the most recent one. So I'll just go through element by element and show you what I did. And it sounds like this. So if you listen closely to this main bass right here, it keeps changing subtly. And this is the first patch I made, so I'll get into this first. And I will just copy this pattern over here so we don't get sidechain pumping interference. All right, so first off, we have this wavetable, and this is a wavetable I made basically by doing like self FM to some sort of sine wave, square wave, might have clipped it a little bit, but it's hitting that, I think, 6th harmonic with the FM. So if I were to mute this, I'll show you real quickly how you could maybe recreate something like this. With the wavetable, I'll just select it and then hit the sine wave, then click done. So now we have a sine wave for the whole wavetable. You can see it right here. And then maybe just do something like sine FM, right? And so for the amount here, we're gonna click this first marker and then right click and go 0 so that it's a sine wave, and then it starts to blend through. So now we can click this end one and maybe increase the amount. And then we're gonna select this node, and then for the frequency, let's right click and hit 2, or actually, I'm sorry, 6. So that'll be the 6th harmonic, 6 times the frequency. And then we also wanna go to this first one and right click for the frequency and then type 6. So now I think I maybe did some filtering because you can see it's a lot right there. So your classic FM wub, there might be a little extra Cephros sauce on this other wavetable. I'm not quite sure what I did, but I think I did some filtering too. Filtering inside the wavetable editor is pretty fun. So I was trying to like tune back the upper harmonics so that they're not overpowering. All right, so now we have a wavetable, and I made this wavetable just in the editor, and this is a wavetable LFO. So you can see this is controlling, and notice the new animation, it's so nice. This is controlling this nonlinear warm mode notch filter, and that's wiggling that about. What's controlling our wavetable position are two things. One is this new LFO envelope thing called slope, and slope is essentially an LFO that just comes pre-built for doing envelope stuff. So right here you have like a sustain type, so you can do a sustain and then choose the sustain length. So you can do like a multi-stage envelope here. Or actually, it's, yeah, I guess you would consider it to be an ADSR or whatever. And you can go in here and edit this to be doing a little wiggle waggle on the sustain and then let it go down. So that's essentially what I did for this curve, but there's no sustain mode and it's set very short, and that's just doing a bit of womping on several things. So it's womping the nonlinear notch, it's womping the drive of the filter, the Q of the filter, and it's also womping the offset of this slice EQ. And the slice EQ is a bit of a high shelf and low pass. And then modulating the cutoff will offset will modulate the cutoff of both of those EQ filters. Then we have this LFO, and this is just doing the pitch, so it's giving it a little bit of pitch bend. So that's pretty cool. We have a multipass then, which is doing multiband convolver. And so for this lower middle band, I have dark contrast reverb, and I just chose a little tiny piece of it just to add a little thickness to the mids. And then the highs have this big alien choke reverb in the glitches category, and that's giving some interesting stereo top with the feedback up. But there is more to this bass in the post-processing. I'll just touch on the randomization. So I'm also randomizing smooth at 100% on the random, and it's offset modulating the frame position so that the bass kind of morphs over a longer period of time because of that random. And then also modulating the frame position of this LFO, which is in turn modulating this filter, giving even more random morphing, adding more character and humanization to the bass, or I guess beastlification of the bass. Let me check to see if I'm muted. I'm not muted. Okay, good. No one's in here yet, but that's fine. All right, so then just going through a saturator. That's doing nothing. EQ, that's doing nothing. These were just standard on my template, so I'm gonna turn this off. Yeah, so what's doing the main part of the reverb is this, and I'll just touch on this briefly because it's not phase plant 2, but it's just a vintage verb fully wet in parallel, then being EQ'd with the Abbey Road kind of, and another Pro C that's doing a side chain from the dry signal, pre-effects, so that's gonna make the reverb get out of the way for the actual dry signal. And then that's being mixed into a clipper, and this is Newfangled Audio Saturate, the best clipper ever. And then I'm going into a multi-pass, and this is kind of interesting. So multi-pass now has amazing modulators. The modulators used to be kind of limited, and that was one reason why I didn't use multi-pass that much in the past. But now with these new modulators, it's way more powerful. So for one thing here, I'm just doing some interesting little detailed bit reduction on the highs. So I'm using the audio follower, which is basically an input follower, to modulate the mix. So I'm basically sidechaining the redux to get more intense as the volume gets more intense. And then also with a random modulating the bit crush and or the frequency cutoff of the bit crush. And I'm also modulating the frequency with the envelope follower as well. So it's going a little way up high. So I'll mute it and then unmute it and you'll hear the difference. It's very subtle, but it gives it just a bit more bite in the highs. So that's the bass so far. I could go further with it, but that's where I left it, and I went on to synthesize the next element, which was the kick drum. All right, so this kick drum is a phase plant I'm pitching it down with the MIDI pitch plugin. And then in here is a couple envelopes, a sine wave, and a noise. So I'll mute the noise first so you can hear the sine wave. So it's a low bending down pitch, and I'm modulating the semi/cent with a curve, 200 milliseconds long, about the length of a kick. And then I'm modulating the pitch with that, and you can see it has like a couple different stages. It has this plucky stage right here, which is the kind of the lasery transient, and then it goes into the knock and the beater portion, and then it goes into the body of the kick here, where it's like the punch, the oomph, the mid, and then the low sub at the end. And I dialed that in along with this volume envelope. So you can see the transient's a little quieter, and then there's this needle right here, and then this is quieter too, the body of the kick. Now let me explain why I did that, because this is very specific to the chain that follows. And that's basically a utility that's macroed to this drive macro, and then another utility that's macroed in the inverse. There's my macro settings right there. You can dial it into taste. Basically, when you crank this drive knob, it pushes the glue compressor, and I turned the range almost all the way down, and soft clip on and right click oversampling enabled on the glue compressor, so that the glue compressor turns into mostly a clipper that's just doing a little bit of compression. And it sounds like a really good clipper when you clip it. I like the sound of it a lot. It sounds different than analog clip and saturator for sure. It sounds a little bit less bright, in my opinion. It's a little bit more muted. So I like that on a nice sine wave kick. So if I mute this group, listen to the kick now. It's going to be wimpy and barely there. Right, so then I turn this on. And then I wanted a little bit more physicality, so I added this noise. And this noise is being modulated by the little envelope here, and it's high passed a little bit. So it gives it a lot more physicality and presence in the mix, and fills out that top end. So now in the mix it sounds like this. Okay, so then I synthesized the snare by duplicating the cell and then just changing the patch slightly. I pitched it up with the MIDI pitch plugin to be in snare range. And then here's what's going on with the snare. So if I turn off the glue compressor here, which I'm using to clip the snare, and then I let the body come through with this gate threshold, you can hear there's some noise and there's some sine wave. I used the gate to shorten it, so it sounds more like a mechanical kind of snare. And then I added this jazz drums brushes, and so without that it sounds like this. And then with the glue compressor it sounds like this. So it gives it a little bit more high frequencies being clipped, and also kind of makes it a little bit longer. And one of the cool things about synthesizing snares here is you can actually like modulate your snare slightly. So I can get a random here and just turn the smooth up and just kind of modulate this threshold just ever so slightly. And now I'll be modulating the length of my snare. So that's pretty cool. It's a sine wave again, and here's the pitch envelope it's a double stage. So it has that high kind of like rim shot part, and then the still high but less high body. It's like a very high pitched snare. Then this is the envelope for the gain, and I'm just modulating the gain here on the group. And then I wanted to add in a clap, so I put another group with a noise, and actually we could turn the stereo up a little bit. That sounds pretty cool. So then I high passed it and used the volume envelope to make it kind of a little bump like this with a little release, very short, clappy. And then you can see I'm modulating the gain here with this LFO that I made. So I went into the LFO editor and I went through and I made a bunch of different little transients, kind of based off 3 main transients. And you can see it's being modulated by this other wavetable that I made with the wavetable editor. And I think this one was a sine wave that was like self-FM'd. And that way the LFO is kind of slowing down and speeding up, right? And this is modulating the wavetable position of this clap one that is in turn modulating the gain. So that just creates a clap that's never the same twice. That was just one way I could think of doing that. And then in turn I'm modulating this one's wavetable position to make it speed up and slow down and wiggle differently with this triangle shape LFO. Then I also have a random here, and this is just randomizing that threshold like you saw before. Right, so then just clipped it, and that's a snare so far. I could change it, but I like it so far. All right, so then I synthesized this hat. It's kind of a nice stereo hat. Let's go through this patch. So it's a noise with very short release, little bit of decay there, and a sustain down just slightly, giving it that short hat. Looking to reproduce a nice staccato hat. I could give it a little stereo. Maybe map that to a macro and I can modulate that over time. That might be nice. So these are all basic patches because I wanted to leave room for going deeper. I'm going to go deeper on this after I just go through a few of these patches. So then it's a sine wave here. So if I mute the other one, very subtle. You can barely hear it unless I turn it up. So with the noise, and this is also modulating the pitch at audio rate, or another term, or actually the phase. So it's modulating the phase of the noise. And then I have another sine wave. That's in turn modulating the phase of this one, and this one is could be muted actually. Kind of subtle there. We could maybe try to modulate the amplitude too. I actually like what that did, but I'll use this envelope to also then modulate the amount of that. And then with the convolver off, just high and dry. Then with the convolver, I just chose a little piece of this interesting glitch convolution impulse. And that gave it that tiny room sound that I was going for. So in the mix, it sounds like this. And then I EQ'd it. So without the EQ, with the EQ. So just tightened it up, gave it some presence in the 3.5K, at the 1.5K, and up high above 12K. All right, so then I synthesized another bass because I thought it'd be good to have kind of a simple poo sub, like a fuzzy sub. And so that is an 808 preset that I made here in Phase Plant. It's a sine wave again. You can tell I love sine waves. I'm modulating the amplitude of a noise that's then going to a high pass filter, and that's so the amplitude modulation is giving it that rattle. The high pass is just getting it out of the way of all the stuff. And then I have this new plugin here, which is a curve, and it's a type of envelope where you can actually go in and edit here in the generator section, which is just really great. And it has a sustain phase that you can loop up, and it's just really great. So I'm glad they added that because it lets you get more detailed. Very cool. And then basically just, you know, this mute is doing mute stuff, and then I'm putting it into the glue clip. So without the glue clip, so it gives it a bit of body. Maybe a little less would be good. And also a little added gain automation might be good here. Just a subtle added gain automation to make these kind of more bouncy. So that's tightened up a little bit. And then I made this, which is like a tom drum. I wanted to make a little offbeat tom drum. So here's the whole drum kit. So it's this patch. Let's go through this patch. So this is a wavetable I made, and the basic concept was I wanted it to go from more complex to a sine wave. That was really good for perks. So you can see I'm modulating the frame with a little pluck here. Right, so then I'm going here and I'm using the remap. And so if I change this remap, then it's just going to be identical to this envelope because I took this envelope and mapped it to the remap. So you take this envelope, you can put it on the remap, and then listen to the pitch. This is more of a laser. So if I wanted to make it more of an exponential envelope, like a drum, I could do this. Right, so the remap's really cool. You can do it with LFOs, you can do it with all kinds of stuff. Here I have a multi-pass, and this is doing some convolver on the mids. And then on the highs, I'm doing a little delay, and this is being modulated by a sample and hold. The sample and hold, if you right-click this new little trigger, oh, I'm sorry, this is a random. I've set it up like a sample and hold. So if you right-click, you now have this little trigger button, and you have different trigger modes. So I set it to always trigger and then slowed it down to 0, which means it's not even running anymore. But watch, every time a MIDI note comes in, it'll generate a new random value. So if I turn the feedback up, I can make this unipolar like that. So I just wanted a little tail on there, just to give it a little extra squish. Oh, and then the other modulator is just an audio follower, and that's sidechaining the reverb out of the way of the dry signal and also modulating the time of the delay. So cool little tom sound. Here I play it up higher, and it's kind of tuned to the key roughly of the track. So it's like hitting the note da, which is kind of a weird note, but I like it so far. Yeah, so I think that's all the patches. And let's see if anyone is showed up yet. I'm gonna put this in a group, call it pre-master. Put the saturate clipper on the pre-master. Hard clip. Nice. What's up, Exit? Cool, so maybe I'll write like a melody. So let's go in here and pull another phase plan out. And sometimes I like to set up effects right away. That way it can kind of influence what I play. So I'm gonna go to crystallizer out, and this is just a really nice grain delay. So let's get a sine wave out. Alright, so there's the kind of baseline melody that I'm playing, so I'll take this over here and just loop it up. So one way I like to make ARPs is just to make a bunch of notes. So I'm going to make these all shorter by Control A and then just make them shorter. And then copy with them all selected and then paste and then Shift up arrow. And then I can move these with the arrow keys over. All right, so then let's copy, paste again, and then move these over. So I like that. Let's copy, paste, and then move these over again and pitch them back down. Maybe 2 octaves. So that's pretty neat sounding, but I'm going to copy, paste again, and go up 3 or 4 octaves. And let's try moving these over even more. All right, so let's do another, just move these over slightly. And then let's go up a 5th. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right, so that's sounding pretty cool. Let's give it a little release. All right, so I can already tell that'll be a fun thing to modulate. So I could use a macro and modulate the release, and that way I can use the macro to modulate other things. Oh, let's modulate the release time here. Yeah. So with the same macro, let's do the inverse and modulate the sustain down. And then let's bring the sustain down. So I'm going to modulate this over the course of this time. So I think it could be cool to like take this baseline MIDI and do like a kind of a sub, some sort of bass element here to kind of support this build up. So let's get a wavetable out and just put the MIDI here. All right, so let's do try some unison saw waves here. All right, so what I had done there is just set it up as a bass by doing monophonic. And let's get a curve out here and modulate some things. Maybe the pitch a little bit. I'm gonna make this bipolar here. And then if I open this up and I hold control, it'll let me snap to that grid right there. All right, so we can get a little Reese Boy action here. A little bit of Hooverness. So I'm going to map the spread here and the blend and the detune, and then turn the detune down, turn the blend down a little bit more, a lot. And then let's use this as the growth knob, and we will label it growth, and then I can modulate these parameters to grow over time here in a similar fashion. I'm also going to go in here and just select all and hit legato, then pull them back very slightly so they're all long notes. And then let's do just a single note there, single note there, single droning note here. All right, so I changed that progression, but I want to keep my automation, so I'll hit lock, automation lock, and then unlock again, so I didn't overdub my automation there. All right, so next thing with this sound, let's just loop up this middle part of it. So I want to kind of distort this a bit. I'm going to get distortion out. And then nonlinear filter, and I'll map the growth knob to this cutoff as well. And then I'll use the EQ to dial this in. right, let's listen to it in context. Alright, so I'm gonna call this effects, but I'm gonna put this bass in the bass group here, which I'll make. I usually like to put my basses at the top here. Oops, that's in drums. Sidechained, make it blue. Alright, and then this one. Oh, this is the tom. What is, yeah. Yeah, so these are the basses. I'll group those. Call it bass. Maybe this is too loud. Yeah, so I'll turn this down a bunch, turn this ARP down a bunch. I'm gonna duplicate this patch so that I can kind of change it. So now in Phase Plant, instead of using macros, sometimes it's good to just modulate something. So now you can right click and just go assign to automation slot, and I'll choose slot 1. And then it should have it loaded up for me once I tweak that. So I'll go into multipass here and just tweak the feedback of this delay. And now you can see it shows up. Cool. So that's a cool sound. Sometimes with sounds like this, I like to just bounce them out right away. So copy, Command T, and then paste. I'm gonna unfreeze that and just mute this by select all and 0. And that is turned off, so it's not using CPU. And now I have this cool little sound that I can use elsewhere. So that could be cool to repurpose in phase plant, I think. So let's get a phase plant out and let's throw this in a sampler. So I'll get the sampler out and I'm just gonna choose this part, consolidate it real quick, and then plop it in here. It won't let me. So what I'm gonna do is just, that's kind of an effect sound. So I'll go into my effects and go into Sephiroth effects, and I'll just drag this sound in there. PP laser. All right, so then once it's saved to that, I think now I can load it up. No, that just saved the audio clip. So I think this is just a PC problem. I don't think this is on Mac, but I'll label this build perk, and I'll just export that channel with the audio clip selected, build perk, do 32-bit, and then it should render out this specific channel. So Sephiroth's build perk, and then I'll put that in my effects. Okay, so now it should pop up there. Uh-oh. There it is. Okay, so I can drag that in here. Drag that little sample in here. And then let's see if we can put this in here somewhere. So I think it could be cool to mess around with like granular style looping with the sampler. So here I can get like, let's get a random out, let's get an LFO table out and an LFO out. And let's see, let's modulate the start position with this LFO. All right, and then let's kind of randomize, or let's modulate actually with this LFO the size, so that would be the length. And I'm gonna want to start this right near the loop so that it starts looping. So I'm going to randomize the start point a little bit. All right, so that's kind of interesting. Let's see how it sounds. All right, so that's kind of cool as like an effects noise. All right, I think it could use a little bit more movement here with the start position. So I'm gonna use a macro to the start and then kind of modulate that over time too, so it doesn't stay the same. So I think it could be cool to have like a bit of a rhythm there. So I'm gonna go grab another LFO table and let's do the same thing I did earlier where I'll just do like a sine wave and then I'll do effects, self FM, and just crank this one up. And that way we can get a real fast LFO. And then I'll modulate this filter. So I'm going to slow this LFO way down, and then I'm going to use this build up knob to build up this patch. And maybe I'll map this knob to the pitch too, so that way it'll like kind of pitch up as it goes, and I'll pitch it down to kind of compensate for that. All right, so this should be kind of interesting. I'll need to tune it in, but let's do this. Okay, that's kind of interesting. Let's do a similar thing here with this patch. Or no, that's the base. With this ARP. So let's do a similar thing here where we kind of modulate the wavetable position over time. So let's do something interesting. Let's start out with a sine wave, and then maybe let's mix in a square. So I'll do square, and then for this left point, just 0 on the mix. And then maybe let's detune it slightly. So repeat, let's do 0, let's do 1.11, and then right here, let's do like 1.07. So it's slightly detuned from the sine wave. And then let's kind of start there and see how this sounds. So I'm gonna map a macro to this for the build. And then twiddle it, and let's see how this grows the patch. So I'm gonna automate an EQ to turn on here, and I'm just gonna do a real nice band pass on this bass, because I kind of just want the top. I'm also gonna like make all these notes a bit smaller, so I'll bring them all in to as far as they can go and then back out so they're the same length. And then I'll open this up over time here, like maybe after this long, and do something like this. And then maybe this one will open up like this. Let's try that. Alright, so that's kind of a cool little like ARP tutorial. I touched on a few more phase plant features. I didn't touch on all the features, but I will be doing more streams in the future. I'm gonna bounce this out real quick. So I think that bass could be louder. So I'm gonna go here and just saturate the group. All right, that sounds a little better. Let's synthesize another portion of this snare, actually. I think the snare's all top, and it needs like a bit of bass to it. So it's cool with this wavetable editor to sometimes do like an additive process. So what if we did like tried a few different interesting harmonic combinations? So like maybe we'll do that there, but then this have like a couple more, and maybe here we'll have like less here but some here. I'm just totally kind of eyeballing this. So now we have kind of an interesting sine wave. So I can use a random to just randomize this frame. I'll put it on always trigger and then 0 on the speed, so it generates a new random value. There is this sample and hold module now too, but it doesn't seem to be like working. Like you have like modulate this area to connect an input, right? So what do I have to do? Like it's I can like put a noise into it. Would that be just using a random? Like, so I map this. Okay. But it's not actually working, so I'm so confused. Like, why isn't this value here changing? Oh, it is. It is. It needs to receive the trigger. I'm silly. So that's cool because you can do different things, like you can have an LFO. Let's map this instead to the wavetable position. And you could have like an LFO going to this sample and hold, and then see whenever it crosses that line and a trigger's present, it'll spit a value out. So now we have this LFO going, and we're sampling and holding it with the trigger that's coming in to select a different part of the wavetable on a per note basis. And it's just giving it a little more beef. So let's sample that. looks like I can turn the kick up. So I'm going to turn the kick up here on the trim output of the glue clip. I'm going to put a saturate on the drums group, like second clipper. This is just a clean clipper at 0 dB. Let's do hard. So that'll let me see if I'm clipping or not. So you can see just barely clipping there. I think now that I've turned the drums up, I can turn the bass up even more. See how it's kind of bottoming out the kick? It's a little too floppy for me, so I'm going to tighten that up now. And I think that's going to just be a matter of this noise envelope. Oh, this is the snare. Hold on. So go in here. And then this also I can tighten up. Oops, okay, one more thing. I have to do my little delay trick. So I'm gonna put a delay. I have mine set to default because I always do this. So I'll put a delay, simple delay, set to 23 milliseconds, 0 feedback, fully wet, filter off on repitch. And what this does is it turns the delay into just a time delay. So now I'm just offsetting the entire signal by 23 milliseconds, which is a very small amount. That's on my drums group, right? I'll make that red. Now I can go to the sidechain group, and before the shaper box, I can paste the same delay. So now the sidechain group is also delayed by the same amount before the ducking. But the triggers for the ducking that is coming from the kick and snare in this group, I can call kick and snare. That trigger is before the delay that's on this group. What that means is the trigger is going to be received 23 milliseconds before that kick is actually heard. And what that does is it puts a little 23 milliseconds of silence before each drum hit. So check this out. And that really tightens everything up, but I'm going to change this shape very slightly so that it kind of dips down, so it's not such an abrupt cut to silence. And I think that kick is still a little blown out, so I'm going to get a Pro C, and I'm just going to do, or actually I'll get a spiff. And a spiff is really good for just controlling the transients of a sound. So I'm gonna get a utility out, because usually when you're adding transient, it's gonna add volume. So sometimes it's good to actually turn it down beforehand. So I'll turn it down like maybe 2 dB. I'm actually gonna try cutting. So now that's just turning down the sub slightly, because it was kind of flopping out because of the clipping. So let's kind of look at it now and see. It's kind of taking too much away from the kick. So I'm going to try something else instead. So instead of spiff, I'm gonna try just the glue compressor. And this time I'll put it on no clipping mode. So a little parallel compression there with the attack all the way up is going to give it, I think, what it needs, which is just a little less body and a little more punch. So let's look at it now. All right, so see how that's so much more punchy there? Let's listen to it in the mix though, because it might be too much now. No, it sounds good to me. I'm gonna clip it again here with the output. All right, so let's record this whole thing again. Nice. All right, so super punchy mix here, but still loud. And yeah, a little ditty, little bop, little bass, little 160 bop. Cool, that's fun. put a different sound there. So I'll mute this. I'm gonna put a different sound here. All right, so that'll be like a good little turnaround area. So let's make a couple sounds real quick, just with Granulator 2. I'll just put this in the pre-group so I can easily sample it into this channel and enable both. Plop this in there. All right, so I kind of like that movement there with the LFO going to the grain size. So I'm gonna just start recording. That should be good enough. Let's put this in the sampler. And just do like a couple little fills here. Alright, so I'm making a sub, and then I'm going to take another modulator, or I'm sorry, another group with another wavetable and just high pass it, and then there's this note MIDI plugin that you can use to just key track the filter. You map it all the way. And I was thinking maybe a pulse width bass could be cool. So either we can do pulse width here, or we could do a wavetable with pulse width. So let's do square wave. And then I'm gonna just modulate the pulse width this way on the end knob, right? Or on the end marker, and that'll give us a nice pulse width. All right, so maybe like an LFO on that would be cool. So I'm gonna go here and just select all with a Control A and hit legato. Alright, and then I'm gonna duplicate this 808 here, delete the old MIDI as a checkerboard, in a checkerboard, I'll make it a different color, just so that you can see. I'm going to take this patch that we just made and actually duplicate it onto this channel with control dragging. And then with this wavetable, let's do something else. So let's go for a sawtooth, and let's modulate the nothing. We'll hit done and then select it again, and let's go for a second sawtooth wave, and then let's just tune this up ever so slightly. Right, and then maybe move the phase ever so slightly, and even more on that one. Right, so now we have two sawtooths stacked up. So for this, maybe let's do a pitch bend. And I'll do bipolar on that, and let's have it come up and stay up at center. And let's give this a transient. So sometimes I like to just synthesize a transient. So let's get a wavetable out here. And then for this, let's give it some attack. And I don't know if you saw this, but I did put glue compress or glue clip on this. So that's sounding kind of cool. Let's take this off of retrigger here by going to the note trigger and hit never, and then let's just modulate this filter too. And then for this one, it's on retrigger. Let's do something like this. Ah, the LFO's acting up. Okay, there we go. Right click to change the angle that it's trying to move or make it straight on the point. So let's do a little upward pitch bend on this. And this LFO will keep looping unless you set it to off right here in the loop type. right, so usually after clipping with this glue compressor, it helps to just do a little dynamic ducking here. And so the cool thing about having a synth snare is you can automate it to change over time without affecting its length. So this will stay the same length if I modulate the pitch down. So let's try macro mapping this and then mapping the pitch down. All right, let's bounce it again. right, so we can delete this and this. And I thought it could be cool to like synthesize something on top of this. So one really cool thing about Phase Plant is you can actually make a sequencer out of the LFO. So if we open up an LFO here, actually they have presets too. The presets are good. Right here in the arpeggios, there's like cool arps you can do. So I'll do like an octave jump. And then actually the analog oscillators are pretty sweet in Phase Plant, and I've probably overlooked a lot of the time. So I'm going to use that. And then to map this, if I want to jump an octave or two, I can right click here and select 24 semitones. And look, there's a remap now on every little modulation. There's a remap built right into it. A little remap. I just love that. It's so nice. People may be like, what? Why is that useful? I'll try to put some modulation in this to show that, but let's take our, well, actually, let's listen to this for a sec. Oh, the granulator's still... That's kind of cool. So I'm going to duplicate this ARP, and now I'm just going to make this into a volume modulator. So I'm going to change it into something like this. So there's like a volume variation, then I'll turn it down at the channel here and then modulate it with that. And since I had already mapped a macro to control the speed of this and then duplicated it to create this, I can easily control the speed of both at the same and they'll stay in sync. try playing something else here. Kind of like that, something a little more simple. So if I put a filter, I'll get Volcano out here. If I put a filter before this saturation, I bet it'll sound real nice, especially if I use this like classic mode here. So let's like kind of... Yeah, then let's do a little filter on this too. And then I'll just automate the filters to open or turn on for this section. So now this is kind of like a turn down section, right? Like the drop is 1, 2, 3, 4 sections. And I like kind of for the third section to be the most intense section of a given like 32 bar drop at halftime. So I guess this would be a 16 bar drop regular time if I was writing at 80 BPM, which I really should be apparently, but I like writing in halftime. What can I say? Let me see if there's any questions. Yeah, phase plant is definitely like an inception. Should we do a quick inception patch before I wrap this up? Let's do something here for this weird break in the continuity. Or not break in the continuity, but break in the sound. So let's do a wavetable. And then let's put a MIDI note. All right, so let's go inception. So I'm gonna go for multipass, and I'm gonna go for some weird wavetable, some of these newer wavetables I'm sure are insane. This looks pretty crazy. Look at how textural that is. All right, so let's see. So we could do another ARP thing, because ARPs are cool. So let's get out our random, turn it all the way down to be stopped at 0, and then on the note trigger, let's do trigger from note on. Or actually, let's go for always trigger. Always trigger from note on. You also have trigger at first note on of group of legato notes, which is pretty sweet. Never trigger from note on, it's just constantly looping. Or decide automatically based on polyphony mode and connected modulators, which is pretty interesting. Let's do always on note on. The note on message is the beginning of the MIDI note, by the way, if you're wondering what that means. So let's modulate this position randomly, and let's get out an ARP, an arpeggiator MIDI effect, put it before this phase plant. So it could be cool to have like 2 of these. So I'll duplicate the group, and then let's detune one of them, and let's actually map a macro to control the detune, the semitune, by like just 1 semitone. So pitch, and then we can modulate this to rise so that it kind of like goes out of tune with itself and then comes back in tune right at the end. That might be fun. Ooh, that sounds cool as a bass. Let's put some steps on it though. And then I like either up, down, or like diverge is pretty cool for the style. Or you can do like random other. So it could be cool to modulate the gate on the arpeggiator as well. And then we could go here and do pitch bend range up to like 12. And then I could maybe pitch bend it here in the envelope section of the MIDI roll to go something like this. And then we could also modulate the rate. All right, what else could we do in here? All right, let's go Inception. So we can go into multipass and we could do like a phaser. And then we could like tie the rate of the phaser to the pitch bend that we did. Could tie that same macro to the cutoff. And then maybe on the highs, do some comb filtering. Tie that same macro to this, but maybe go the opposite way. And then stereo mode on the comb filter and blend it in. We can maybe modulate the mix of that. And then look, we can Inception. We can go multipass inside the multipass. Holy shit. We got a multipass inside the multipass. Why would we do this? Well, we might want to split this. I don't know. Look, we can have like 3 bands. Let's try flanger here. And then macro, check it out. Can hook this macro up to a bunch of stuff, and then hook that macro up to this macro. Maybe on the top we'll put, I don't know, phase distortion. What about a little delay? Maybe let's modulate the speed of that too. Look, we can even modulate the band cutoff. That's a fun sound. With sounds like that, I like to freeze them and flatten them right away just to look at them and to use them elsewhere. So copy, Command T, paste, or Control T. Cool little sound, little faceplant sound. You never know what you're gonna get out of faceplant. You can literally do anything. I don't even know if that's gonna work in context. Let's try it. I figured I'd maybe reverse it here. That's cool. I like this little end part. I like this. So for these little throw sounds, I like to get just a little vintage verb out. Well, I like room too for this, but you can turn like the size down. Let's do now mode. Do something like a smooth plate. We can get a really nice creamy reverb this way. Just turning up the decay, but turning down the size, turning up the attack, turning down the diffusion late, and turning down the mod, opening up the EQ a little bit, but cutting the lows. We can turn all this stuff kind of this way. And then modulate just the dry wet, really. So maybe like have it come in with a little reverb, and then leave with reverb, but then right on this snare. So just so it like fills in those holes, you know, it's like out of the way reverb, but it's in those holes, so it gives the illusion that that's in a space without that reverb muddying everything up. Let's see here. Tiny little bit of reverb throw there. These are just like built-in effects almost, these little reverb throws. I mean, reverb's an effect, but you know what I mean. Instead of putting a sample there, just do a little reverb throws. I might even want these in the intro. Let's see if these sound good in the intro. So this could come in. And then like maybe for that part, just automate this filter on. And then do a bit of a filter in kind of thing. Alright, so another thing I like to do here is, and we could use multipass for this, is build a cool effect that I can send to. So here in the drum rack, if you open up the R and the IO, you can drop in an effect here where it says drop effect, and then you can hit this little S and there's a little send for the reverb. So for that snare, I'm going to just send it to this reverb. And then here in the multipass, I'll mute this bottom channel, and then let's put a convolver and another convolver. And let's try some interesting things. Let's try like a glitch. And then on the top, let's try something else, like an experimental space. right, and then let's put another convolver on the post effects, and let's do like something weird, like a microphone. Let's try some of the real spaces. All right, then let's do Inception and go for another multipass in the post-processing. And for this, I'm just gonna go stereo and then duplicate it over here and here, and let's just dial in the stereo width. And then let's, in the post effects here, go for a ladder filter. All right, and then maybe also in parallel, so we could group this. And then let's also put a delay here. I'll just use the Kilohearts multipass delay, so we can get a couple different delays here. So in the multipass, let's do delay, and then another delay, even tighter maybe, and more ringing. And then we want to do fully wet on the mix, and then mute this bottom channel, I suppose. And then maybe a ladder filter on this too. We could maybe give this a little movement with the audio follower, and then just modulate the cutoff. Boost the gain. A little release. And then I like to just macro map up the send. Gain, so that I can mute it at the beginning of the, or even before. So it kind of gets sidechained out of the way of that bass. And then let's add a lane for each automated envelope. I'm gonna put this send right here. And then the volume of the send. And I'll copy both of these. And let's see where else I could put one of these. Alright, that's fun. I think I'm done now. I think I'm done. Let's see, any questions? Yo, big shout out for watching. Every time I start sampling the beat, I get ideas. I don't know what it is about printing waveforms like that, but it's a big part of why I do this. So I thought maybe this ARP here could use like a lo-fi plugin. So I have this one, Lo-Fi AF. This one's pretty cool. All right, so now it kind of goes from like lo-fi to hi-fi. I'll also maybe modulate this to low pass in. All right, let's see how that sounds. Ooh. I like it so far. This part. Wait, was it this part? I think a little noise in this patch would help. Because it's kind of like a basic Reese right now. So I'm going to do a noise. And then let's do a high pass filter. I'm holding Command to insert, but actually you don't have to do that anymore. They fixed that. Alright, so let's have like a really low sine wave. So I'm going to pitch it down like an octave. And let's use this to amplitude modulate the level of this. Yeah, that's adding a bit more beef to it. Let's do a sampler in this one, and then I'm just gonna type brush. Yeah, so this is like some brushing. So you can hear that has some cool noise to it. Let's pitch it up. That needs a little bit more wub to it. All right, so maybe a little reverb. I'll just get a room Valhalla. And for this, I'm going to turn the size down again. Turn the mod down, turn the crossovers down, the bass mult, turn the early size down. And then let's go for one of these nice ones, like a dark chamber. Less on the pre-delay and the high cut, depth up, and then the decay. And then I'm going to modulate this mix amount. And similarly with this one, I'll get another Valhalla room just to do the same kind of tweaks. And then let's get like LV46 here. Very short on the decay on this one. Turn the size down. Diffusion, I'll turn that down. And let's modulate the mix on this. Oops. So we could maybe have it like go all reverb for a second here. Have it kind of come in a little. These wubs could use a little reverb. And then like maybe a lot of reverb right here. Oh, that's the other bass. Let's see right here. Whoa, that's trippy. And then maybe another one right here. And then maybe like a ramp up here. Nice. Cool. Okay, now now I can sample it again and see if you put any questions. All right, let's I'll just make a kick from scratch so you can see how it's made. So I'll get the phase plant and we're just gonna start with a sine wave. So wavetable sine wave. I'll give it a little release here on the envelope and a little bit of attack, just a couple milliseconds. And then we're going to need to modulate the pitch from high to low. So we can use a LFO for that, or alternatively now we can have this curve, which is pretty nice. We'll go here and just set this to off. This is the looping mode, so if it's looping, then it'll keep looping like an LFO. So this is essentially just an LFO. Let's make it, to start out with, I think 218 milliseconds should be long enough. We can right away go and then modulate with a macro the speed of this, and I'll touch on why that is in a second. So we can now use this macro to make it 200 milliseconds or longer, essentially. We call that the length. And then if we duplicate this, we can now use this second duplicate. That was by control clicking on the little header, control click. On a Mac, I think it's alt click or something like that. We can use this to control the volume. So for the volume shape, we'll go something like this to start out with. The transient, the whole thing behind this kick is that I'm using distortion. So we're going to shape the kick differently. So first I'll make a clean kick so that you can hear what that sounds like, and then we'll have to kind of change it to fit the distortion type. And I'll touch on why that is in a sec. So right with these LFOs, I'm just like right clicking to change the way they're curving. Right click on the little dot. So we can do something like this to start out with, kind of like your typical drum volume shape, and I'll turn the gain down on this oscillator all the way, and then use this to control the gain by about that much. So then for this will be the pitch envelope. So for this, I'm going to right click at the top to make this more of a plucky shape. And then let's do a couple phases. So if we zoom in here, they fixed the zooming. They made the zooming way better. So this first phase is just the plucky part, the transient, the like beater hitting. Then we enter this little punchy phase, and then I like to drop down to this mid punch phase, and then this last phase is kind of like the sub of the kick. So now we can tune the kick by just putting a MIDI note. So that's about sub range. And now we can control the pitch of the oscillator with this second LFO. Right, so nice subby kick. The cool thing about this is we have a wavetable, so we can go for sine wave first. And then something that sounds pretty nice on kicks is a little folding. So we can get the distortion out here and then go to fold back. And on the right side, I'll drive it a little bit harder. And then on the left side, I'll go 0. Or maybe just a little drive. It's like a fat sine wave. So now if you look at the wavetable, it can go from fold to that. So if I duplicate one of these curves, now I can use this to modulate the frame and decide exactly how much folding I want and where I want it to happen. And this is a little bit too squared off for me, so on this last little bit, I'm just going to put a sine wave, and then I can blend it in by right-click and 0 on the mix for this node. And this node is 100 on the mix, so now it'll bottom out at an actual sine wave. so we can get more or less folding. So you can get a little more punch that way. Just a nice little aside. Alright, so that's a pretty good kick, but I did have a noise component. So that I used the envelope here to just get a little noise. And then we can put a shorter MIDI note. Let's go for like a 16th note. Yeah, so for this noise, we can get even less. And then we could put a high pass filter in here. So I'll put a high pass filter in here. Turn it down. Maybe even a bit of a low pass filter as well. See, that's pretty nice. We could even put another noise here, another high pass filter, and now we can have like a little top beater noise. And this we could like use another LFO for and control the volume like this. Or we can now just put a curve instead of an envelope here. And we can speed this up. And then we can go into this. And we can say, well, what if for the body of the kick we don't want any white noise, right? So you can have kind of a nice, more of a stereo maybe, or more centered, and then this low one could be stereo. See how that sounds like a room? It's literally just bandpassed noise in the mids, but it's stereoized from the source, so it gives it a room. So that's a pretty nice kick, and then what I had put on that was the glue clip, which is a rack I make, and this is basically just glue clipper or glue compressor set to clipping mode, where you turn the range down, and you can turn the range all the way down, then it'll just clip when soft clip is enabled. Let me close some of this stuff so you can see that. Yeah, so this is the soft clip. It's basically just two utilities. You can see when I drive it, one of the utilities turns up and then the other one turns down. So usually it gives a nice saturation, but now it sounds blown out, right? So what I can do is go back into the source and say, well, let's do less volume from the source. So we get that nice saturation on the transient. See, it adds a lot of pop and knock. And then we can choose how much punch we want in the saturation. It really glues the whole thing together, and when you get it just right like that, you can make a nice kick, and then you can save that as a preset, which I should do. I go save Sephiroth kick 2.0, right? And then put that in a subfolder called kicks. I'm trying to get my preset game up because on my Patreon I give a lot of stuff away, and I want to give away presets. So this will be in June's preset bank that I'm going to do. So let's go resampling. Now, I won't recommend making kicks like this. I never make kicks like this because even though this kick sounds good, or at least I think it sounds good, it may or may not sound good in a mix. So usually I'm tweaking the kick as I go throughout the entire songwriting process, duplicating the kick and then making different versions. And when you synthesize kicks, it makes it really easy to dial in the correct character to support the melodics and the kind of ambiences you have going on. But making kicks like this can be cool if you want to base a track around this kick, because this kick will kind of imply a style to you, and it might sound good with a certain other type of sound that, you know, you're inspired to reach for because the kick sounds the way it does. It's kind of a cool little like boom bap kick. Nice and short, stompy, clippy, but not too clippy. I really like the way that glue compressor sounds. Let's listen to our other kick real quick. Yeah, so this has more room. Let's try it. Let's try it in our kit. So I can go into, and this is why I like using drum racks, because it makes it so easy to swap shit out. I can go here to the kick, and I'll just select this, group it, and then in here in the chains I can mute that, and then I'll just drag this new kick in to a sampler, and we can try it out, and we still have our old kick at hand. So I almost never do my kicks and snares in audio, main kicks and snares, because I like to be able to switch them out and try different things. Basically the same. It's basically the same. So what I'll do is just throw this on a different channel, and then we can use this as like a backup kick or something. I don't know. Yeah, so hopefully that clarifies kicks. And then I wanted to make another granulator thing, so let's go. So sometimes it's nice to just use automation with granulator. So you want to start with like an intention, or an idea, I should say, for a type of sound that might be useful. I think rising effects noises that are about a half bar, even a quarter bar. Let's do a half and a quarter. And then let's duplicate that let's do 2/4. And then let's duplicate that and pitch it up. And we'll just loop this up. And then so for risers, it's good to like modulate the grain size. So we can get some automation going here where we automate the grain size like up and down. And I'm just gonna kind of eyeball this at first. And then also with the granulator, if you hit the view, you can turn these filters off. They're on by default. Let's also go back here and I'm gonna put the voices on 1 and then go back here and just reduce the release and then increase the attack so that we have risers. So let's actually go back to this grain size and keep it real small up at the top like this. A little less attack. So I'm going to shorten the attack for the shorter ones. Like so. All right, and then what we can do is get the expression, the MIDI expression control out. Sometimes if stuff won't drop next to Max for Live device, I found if you hover down at the bottom, it'll let you put it there, and if you go slow. So this has a random, and we can map that to the file position. And I'll just attenuate the range slightly so it doesn't go off the end. So a little scan could be nice. I'll turn the time up. And then a little bit of spread could be nice. The spread detunes the left and right ear. And then to get these a little bit more risery, I'll show you this filter that I'm testing out. I'm on the trial. It's called Shade by UVI, and it's really cool. So you can add like crazy filters and then modulate them. So you can like stack them. So I'm gonna do like a low pass now. And then you can have these modulators in here. So I'll set a macro, and then you can just modulate. You can modulate. Oh, fuck. My dab pen got stuck on. You can modulate the fucking cutoff, like inversely maybe for this one. Check this out. You can build the craziest filters. We're talking crazy filters. So I'm definitely gonna buy this. It's like $100 or whatever, but at some point when this trial's over, I'm gonna have to. This Q or this, oh fuck. Oh, I deleted it by accident. That's so annoying. Okay. Let's do phaser instead. So check it out. There's like Q width, so we can modulate the Q width. We can modulate the cutoff. We can modulate the spacing. And then repeats, you can go up to like 8 repeats on the phaser. And then look, the Q. So modulate that Q too. Oh, look at that. Look at this crazy low pass filter. Like, no, like what? Sorry, I'm like freaking out right now because I still haven't messed with this enough. Like I just barely downloaded this. But yeah, I'm just dialing in the range right here and some interesting movement here. And then we could like use that for our risers. Because usually at this point in a track, I try to really flesh it out with like effects and shit. Because I find that otherwise I can't really figure out where to take it next. Because usually if I fill it out with effects, the next logical step is to strip it back and just go in and do a bunch of editing and muting. Like section by section, have like... It's easy to carve away to create more growth in a track, if that makes sense. So it's good to like take a break and just make a bunch of little risers or whatever, because I mean, you can just use risers from a sample pack. That's way faster, and there's so many samples that you can just throw in reverse and they make cool risers. But I guess this is just part of my sound, is like trying to get the sounds to sound like they're multi-dimensional, to put you in kind of like a multi-dimensional like mind state or whatever, if that makes sense. So it could be cool to have like a high pass as well. So we'll do multi-resonant. Oh, look at this. All right, so then we multi-resonant high pass a little bit. And then let's get another macro and control this cutoff mainly with this macro. And then we can modulate that here. Do a little like high pass stuff. All right, so let's just record this now, because basically that's all we have to do. All right, that's enough of that. That is enough of that. Let's listen to the last part of this drop. if we went... What if we went down to a C? So I'm going to go ahead and put this long sample in a sampler, and this will allow me to choose a slice, and I'll just start to duplicate this out to create new versions of itself. Let's see where the holes are again. So there's one like right here that was Shift Control M to make a MIDI clip. And then C3 is going to be the original pitch of that sample. I'm going to turn it up with this gain right here. And I'm feeling just like a consistent little sound. Let's make a tight little snare out of a phase plant snare. So let's duplicate our snare and let's shrink it down to be a tiny little snare. Oh, this needs to be this long. Just going to delete the automation on that pitch. So that's kind of a good pitch there. I'm going to lessen up on the drive and actually go on the range to start to compress this a bit. So you can actually do a delay now on the envelope, which I think is really cool for making drum sounds. I love that they added that in there. Alright, that's a tiny little snare, kind of a melodic snare. Let's duplicate our kick. Actually, we have this new kick we made. Let's use this kick. I have to put a sidechain trigger in the kick group. So where that is I'll take this guy, external instrument, and I'll put this new kick in a group. And then inside this chain group, I will paste. And then boom, we have sidechain triggering. I'm going to switch the MIDI note. So let's do a little cool thing with multipass here. I'm just going to put it on the snare. So let's put multipass on our new snare. And then here we can just solo this, and I'm actually going to mute that kick for now. And then with this render, I think if it's soloed, it'll just render that. Yeah. Okay, so now we can go into the multipass here on our... Is this our new snare? There we go. Let's go for some delays. So I like to get a snap heap out and go in here. And then you can put in serial bus 1 a delay, and then you can put in another delay, and then you can put another delay, and then you can put another delay. And then you can put like an LFO, and you can put like another LFO. So you have like a bunch of delays, and then it's basically a multi-tap delay kind of thing. And then you can kind of do this thing where they're either serial or parallel. So you can make them parallel like that and then start to pan them around. And then these all go into this bus right here, so we could put like a convolver. And let's get like a weird thing going on with that. So that's sounding pretty good. I'm going to sample that. All right, and then I'll just delete that and then bring this stuff down here below the snare. Then just reverse it, and then it can kind of suction into each one of these snares all cool. Let's Shift Control D to duplicate time. And I think we could use like a little other thing going on in this section. I'll also just duplicate these two granular thingies. Yes. And then change the start point. So the reason I have all these in a group is so I can kind of filter them all at once on the group level. One of the reasons. So I can go in here and kind of get these out of the way of that base. And I'm actually going to do some weird thing right now with ProQ to just get the like highs out of the way, I guess. Like I was thinking maybe a shelf on the sides. Hear me out. Shelf on the sides, dynamic sidechain input from the kick and snare. And then maybe I could duplicate this onto this group. So these kicks are cool, like these really muted low pass kicks are cool when you emphasize the sidechain like that. So I figured just for like that section we could have that, but I'm gonna turn it off until this part. Yeah, kind of awesome that ProQ lets you do that. Pretty awesome. What was I gonna do? Oh yeah, I was gonna synthesize a kick top for this. So right now I'm just synthesizing a little FM top kick here, modulating the amount of FM from an external oscillator, external being after the output, so it's not actually audible. You can't hear it. So I'm also going to use something to modulate the pitch of this FM operator. Let's do a new hat. So I'm just doing like a double convolution into multipass, and I'm going to use multipass to kind of shape that. So I got a really stereo hat here, and now I'm doing Inception, multipass Inception again, and I'm gonna do stereo on all three bands. and then kind of dial in the amount of width I want per band. So I'm going to delete these groups here. let's see how this goes and resample it. For some reason, bouncing helps me, and I just realized I can make that pattern better. So let's do that real quick. It's almost 1 in the morning, so I need to go to sleep soon. Since it's relying on so much convolution, I'm literally just gonna bounce this real quick and do it. Try to do it with a granulator. Dude, my homie's sending me Soma synths. Yes, dude. This new Soma synth, the Terra, is fucking crazy. Check out Soma synth Terra. That shit's crazy. Sir. Okay. All right, I'm gonna try this technique first with just the warp mode. Then can't I select those and like extract groove? Does that work? Or do I just have to do it? It should be based on the warp markers, no? I'm gonna just try this with a hat just to see. kind of got it. I think that's it right there. And then I'm gonna steal this gate from this old one. I also feel like it needs a tilt shelf. Oh, you know, it's 1 in the morning when it takes you like fucking an hour to make a hi-hat. So I should probably call it. It's a pretty sick hi-hat though, I'm gonna be honest. Dude, yeah, I don't know what to make of that synth. I don't know if I could handle it. I have the Lyra 8, and that thing is pretty wild. Yeah, it does look like furniture, dude. Yeah, I like my synths to have metal involved. I like a metal faceplate. Yes. You may not be able to see it on the, I don't know if you may or may not have seen my modular setup, but for a few years now, I've been kind of here and there collecting modules, and it's been growing. So here, I'll show you the modulars. So that's like all the modules. I finally got them all into one kind of setup. So it's in 2 cases, and it's 3 rows of 104 HP. And so that, if you think that other synth, that one Soma synth's wild, try dealing with crazy modular shit, because it can be kind of a lot sometimes. But with practice, it starts to be faster than even like phase plant, which is kind of crazy to think, because yeah, once you know your system, you can really like patch it up. People always complain like modular is so expensive, but it really isn't that expensive if you just are patient and you're a patient person. And you just save up your money for it, like little bit by bit. And there's usually financing available for modules too, like on Perfect Circuit or whatever. Dude, this track's coming out fire. I'm stoked that you guys are just kicking it while I'm writing this, because I'm definitely gonna like finish this track. I guess I did want to try that melody. Yeah, I'm gonna bounce this out so I can use it elsewhere, because it has a nice quality to it. And I can free up some resources by turning all those plugins off. This is like, this is crazy, dude. This is what Faceplant does to me. I was all stoked today that they came out with 2.0 because I didn't expect them to come out with it this soon because I've been waiting, but I only found out that they were like, I saw like sneak peeks like 8 months ago or whatever, but then I had kind of just figured, it's gonna take a while, whatever. And so I've just been like, literally every sound in this project is synthesized in Faceplant. I don't think there's any samples in this whole project other than shit I've bounced out. There's one hi-hat. There's one hi-hat. But weirdly, the physical sounding hi-hat's the one that's fully synthesized. Well, I guess the combination sounds pretty... I was going for like a live kit feel for that. But yeah, I'm gonna bounce this out now. Well, I think this part's all the same, so I can just bounce this part. Okay, I know what we need to do. We need to make a riser out of this that's like up high with the granulator. That'll be sick. That'll be tight. All right, let's see. Put the bounce in the granny. And then I was thinking, like right here, maybe start it like right here. Actually, I'm gonna make a tone and then pitch it with sampler. So let's make it this long. I'm gonna make a riser, but then pitch it with sampler. So first I'll just... All right. That'll work. That'll definitely work. It'll definitely work. Yeah, the Eurorack thing is like it's cool and all, but I got into Eurorack before Faceplant was really a thing. Like I mean, I've been on Faceplant just as long, but well, actually I got into modular just before Faceplant, and then Faceplant came out, and I was like, oh shit, I can like make all the same sounds just with this. But that's not really the case, because analog saturation, for instance, and like analog wave shaping, they just sound different. Analog filters, they sound a little bit different, but if you've noticed, I've used a lot of like analog flavor in software, and you can get a lot of warmth that way in software. So really, it's not like you need hardware synths, but they're fun. Like I liked toys when I was a kid, and like I was really into like Legos, and this weirdly scratches that itch for me. But it's kind of paying for itself, because I make sounds and sell sounds, and most of my sample packs are hardware samples, so that's slowly but surely paying for itself. And so hopefully I'll be able to do some more kind of interesting sample packs in the future, because I've been finding a bunch of different ways to make stuff on the modular that's pretty different. You do have to wade through a lot of garbage sometimes, but it's worth it. So I was thinking, like, what if we play that like an octave up? That riser. Oh yeah, that sounds great. So let's high pass it in. Let's make like an accelerating perk. Let's make a fast perk that just like kind of cranks on where we could do like an arpeggiator, maybe. That would be cool. Ooh, let's do like a little snake arp where it like speeds up all crazy. That could be neat. Let's do like a simple saw or yeah, triangle. Shout out Virtual Riot hat. It's like the exact hat I was needing. This is a crazy section. This like might be its own song. I have no idea what's going on right now. That's tight. Alright, we may have to sample the whole thing and then granulate it to make this drop, but probably not right now because I'm gonna go to sleep. There has to be some bass though, like what happened to that sawtooth patch I made? That got underutilized. AF. Maybe this is its time to shine. I don't know. All right, this is ridiculous. This song is silly. Let's sample it. What is this drop? Dude, this is so weird. All right, let's just call it quits after this recording. have to have this in here in the end. There's always more tweaks to make, right? God darn it. Sweet. Sweet Jesus. All right. A little crossfade there. A little crossfade there. Command save. Holy shit, I didn't save it. Holy shit, that was sketch. Oh, it's 2022 now. May 20. I'm calling it From Seed to Phase Plant. That's the name. That's the working name. Please don't crash. Okay. Faceplant is stable now. There was a while there where Faceplant was crashing me. But I was probably doing something wrong, honestly. Render it out. V1.1. Make a bounces folder and plop it in there. All right, so thanks for coming by, guys. I really appreciate you. I'm gonna crash out now. Much love. Till next time.